Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
The rain fell softly over London, threading silver lines through the dim glow of street lamps and whispering against the windows of old houses that had long since learned to keep their secrets. In a narrow street not far from the heart of the city stood a place most would overlook, a crooked row of buildings pressed tightly together, as though huddling for warmth. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. To the untrained eye, it did not exist. Yet behind its soot-darkened door, the house stirred once more after years of silence. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memory. Curtains hung heavy and still. The long dining table bore faint marks of meetings long past, scratches from hurried discussions, scorch marks from spells cast in desperation. The house remembered voices, it remembered urgency, it remembered war. But tonight, it held only one. A man stood in the entrance hall, rain dripping from the hem of his coat onto the worn floorboards. He paused before removing his hood, as though uncertain whether he truly belonged here. His name was Alaric Thorne. He was not famous. No chocolate frog card bore his likeness. No child whispered his name in awe. He had not fought at the Battle of Hogwarts nor stood beside legends. And yet as he stepped further into the house, something unseen seemed to take notice. A faint creak echoed above him. Alaric's hand moved instinctively to his wand. "Lumos," he murmured. Soft light spilled forward, pushing back the darkness just enough to reveal the familiar, unsettling shapes of Grimmauld Place. The crooked umbrella stand, the peeling wallpaper, the portrait of a long-dead black family member muttering under her breath. "Quiet," Alaric said, not unkindly. The portrait grumbled, then fell still. He exhaled slowly. "Right then. Just you and me." He had not come here by choice. 3 nights earlier, an owl had found him in his modest flat. The letter it carried bore no signature, only a symbol burned faintly into the parchment. A phoenix, wings outstretched in flame. The Order of the Phoenix. Alaric had stared at it for a long time before opening it. Grimmauld Place. Midnight. Come alone. No explanation, no reassurance, and yet he had come. Now, as he stepped into the drawing room, he felt the weight of the place settle around him. This had once been the heart of resistance against Voldemort. Here, plans had been made, lives had been risked, trust had been forged and broken. But the war was over, or so everyone believed. A sudden crack split the silence. Alaric spun, wand raised. A figure had appeared near the hearth, tall, cloaked, and still as stone. For a brief, sharp moment, Alaric thought of Death Eaters, of masks and curses. Then the figure lowered its hood. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt. Older now, streaks of silver lining his beard, but unmistakable. His gaze was steady, though shadowed with concern. "You came?" Kingsley said. Alaric lowered his wand, though only slightly. Hard not to, given the circumstances, though I'd have appreciated a bit more detail. Kingsley gave a faint, tired smile. "I imagine you would have." Silence settled between them, thick and uneasy. Alaric glanced around the empty room. "Where is everyone?" Kingsley's expression did not change, but something in his eyes dimmed. "There is no one else," he said. The words landed heavier than any spell. Alaric frowned. "That's not possible. The Order was disbanded," Kingsley finished. years ago, after the war, people moved on. They built lives, families. The world no longer needed us. And now? Alaric asked. Kingsley stepped closer, lowering his voice as though the walls themselves might listen. Now something has changed. Alaric felt a quiet tension coil in his chest. What kind of something? Kingsley reached into his cloak and carefully he placed it on the table and unwrapped it. It was a fragment of stone, no larger than a coin. At first glance, it seemed ordinary. But as Alaric leaned closer, he felt it. A faint, pulsing energy, like a heartbeat echoing through time itself. What is it, he asked. We don't know exactly, Kingsley admitted, but we know what it does. He paused. It rewrites. Alaric blinked. Rewrites what? Moments, Kingsley said. Small ones at first. A conversation that never happened. A memory that shifts. But the changes? They spread. Alaric straightened. You're talking about time magic? Yes. That's restricted beyond belief. Even the Department of Mysteries barely understands it. Exactly, Kingsley said. The room seemed colder now. Where did you find it? Alaric asked. We didn't, Kingsley replied. It was used? Alaric's grip tightened on his wand. By who? Kingsley met his gaze. We believe a group of former Death Eaters is behind it. A sharp silence followed. They're gone, Alaric said, though his voice lacked conviction. Most were captured, the rest disappeared. Not all, Kingsley said quietly. Some have been waiting. For what? Kingsley's eyes flickered toward the fragment. For a second chance. The meaning settled heavily between them. They want to change the past, Alaric said. Undo the war. Not the war, Kingsley corrected. The outcome. A chill ran down Alaric's spine. If they succeed, he began, then Voldemort never falls, Kingsley finished. The name seemed to echo faintly in the room as though the house itself recoiled from it. Alaric took a slow breath, steadying himself. Then we stop them. We alert the Ministry. No, Kingsley said firmly. Alaric looked at him sharply. No? The Ministry cannot be trusted with this, Kingsley said. Not yet. We don't know how far this reaches. If even one person inside is compromised, they could rewrite everything from within. Alaric. Another silence followed, heavier this time. Then we rebuild the order, Alaric said. We find the others. Kingsley shook his head. I've tried, he said. Some are gone, some refuse, and some... He hesitated. Some are no longer who they were. Alaric frowned. What does that mean? It means, Kingsley said carefully, that whatever this magic is, it has already begun to affect people. The weight of that truth settled like stone. Alaric looked around the empty room again, the long table, the silent portraits, the shadows clinging to the corners. And you called me? He asked. Why? Kingsley studied him for a moment. Because you are still untouched by it, he said. Because you are not tied to the past in the same way as the others, and because... He paused. Because you are the only one who answered. The words struck harder than any curse. Alaric let out a quiet breath. So that's it then. No order, no army, just... me. Kingsley did not respond immediately. At last he said, not just you. Alaric raised an eyebrow. You have the order's purpose, Kingsley said, and that may be enough. Alaric gave a faint, humorless smile. That sounds dangerously close to optimism. Hope has always been dangerous, Kingsley replied. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Alaric straightened, his expression sharpening. Tell me where to start. Kingsley nodded once, as though he had expected nothing less. There have been disturbances, he said, Hogwarts, the Ministry archives, and a sudden crash echoed from somewhere deep within the house. Both men froze. The air shifted. Alaric raised his wand. "We're not alone." Kingsley's expression darkened. "No," he said quietly. "We're not." From the corridor beyond, something moved, slow, deliberate, and unseen, and in that moment, the truth became clear. The sound did not come again at once, which made it all the worse, for a second crash might have been only noise, only some old mischief of the house shifting in its bones, whereas silence in Grimmauld Place had a way of becoming a living thing, patient and watchful, as though it stood just beyond the reach of wand light and waited for the foolish to step nearer. Alaric moved first, not because he felt no fear, but because fear, when given too long a leash, could root a man to the floor more effectively than any binding spell. And there was something in the old house that seemed to feed upon hesitation. He crossed the room with careful steps, his wand held low but ready, while Kingsley came beside him with the quiet certainty of one who had walked into danger many times and learned long ago that dread was best carried without ceremony. The corridor beyond the drawing room was narrow and dim, lined with warped tables and dark-eyed portraits whose painted faces seemed to lean toward the light with sly curiosity, though none dared speak as the two wizards advanced. The air smelled faintly of dust, cold soot, and something sharper beneath it, something metallic and wrong, like the scent left in the wake of powerful magic. "You felt that?" Alaric murmured, keeping his voice low. Kingsley inclined his head, his gaze fixed ahead. "Yes, and I would have preferred not to." They passed the staircase, where shadows gathered beneath the banister like folded cloaks, and came to the dining room, whose long table lay in darkness except for the edge of Alaric's wand light sliding across old wood and tarnished silver. One chair had been knocked backward as though someone had risen from it in haste, though neither of them had been there since Kingsley arrived. Alaric's eyes narrowed. "You were alone when you came in?" "I was," said Kingsley, and then, after the briefest pause, "Or I believed I was." There, near the far wall, Alaric remembered enough of Grimmauld Place to know that old cupboards were never to be trusted, and that every shelf, curtain, trunk, and locked drawer in the house had once seemed to contain some malicious inheritance from the Black family. But what drew his eye was not the cabinet itself, but the thing lying on the floor before it. It gleamed dully in the wand light, small and silver, no larger than a clasp from a robe. Kingsley lifted a hand. "Do not touch it." Alaric stopped at once, though he crouched to study it from a little distance, and as he leaned closer, he saw that it was not a clasp at all, but a broken piece of chain, delicate as jewelry, and engraved with tiny runes that shifted when looked at directly, as if they disliked being read. "That was not here before," Kingsley said. "No," Alaric answered, his voice tightening, "and I do not think it came here by ordinary means." He drew his wand in a slow circle and whispered a revealing charm. Pale blue light spread over the floorboards, over the cabinet, over the fallen chair, and up the walls, and for one breathless instant the room remained unchanged. Then all at once silvery threads flared into view, crossing the air like the torn strands of a spider's web, each one running from the fragment of chain outward in trembling lines, some vanishing into the ceiling, some into the walls, and one stretching back toward the drawing room where the broken stone fragment still lay upon the table. Kingsley's expression hardened. Linked objects. Alaric rose to his feet. Two pieces of the same enchantment, perhaps, or of the same device. Can you tell what it was meant to do? Alaric looked again at the silver threads, and the answer came not through certainty, but through the cold, instinctive understanding that sometimes visited a wizard when he found himself too near dangerous magic. Not to travel through time, he said quietly, but to anchor it. Anchor it where? Here, said Alaric, glancing around the room, or perhaps to a person who has been here. The old house gave a low groan as though in protest, and then the temperature dropped so sharply that their breath misted before them. A whisper began. It was not one voice but many, thin and overlapping, too faint to make out, and yet impossible to mistake for wind. The walls themselves seemed to murmur. The portraits stirred. Somewhere above them a door slammed. Then another, each blow striking through the house like a drum beat. Kingsley raised his wand. Back! Yet before either man could retreat, the whisperings swelled into a rushing hiss, and the silver threads in the air snapped bright as lightning. The room twisted. Alaric staggered, catching himself against the table as the world seemed to tilt beneath him. The darkness folded, the walls blurred. For one terrible moment he thought the house itself had been wrenched sideways through time, and he saw, not with his eyes but with the whole of his mind, flashes of other moments laid over the present like sheets of glass. The dining room full of witches and wizards leaning over maps, Sirius Black striding past the door with fire in his expression, Molly Weasley clearing plates with a sharp flick of her wand, Tonks laughing near the hearth, a younger Kingsley listening in silence. And then, in the same place, another image, colder and wrong, of hooded figures, standing where no hooded figures had ever stood before. Then the vision broke. The room slammed back into itself. The whispering ceased. Alaric remained braced against the table, breathing hard, while Kingsley, grim and still, stared toward the cabinet as though he expected something to emerge from it. "What did you see?" Kingsley asked. "The house remembers," Alaric said, and his own voice sounded strange to him, as though he had spoken after a long sleep. That fragment pulled old moments to the surface. Someone has forced false memories into the place. Kingsley's jaw tightened. To what end? To hide something, Alaric replied, and then his gaze shifted to the cabinet. Or to find it. He moved closer now, more cautiously than before, and with a spell nudged the cabinet door fully open. Inside lay a few dark bottles, a cracked bowl, a bundle of yellowed parchment, and nothing else that seemed remarkable. Yet one sheet had slipped partly free of the bundle, and upon it was a symbol drawn in ink so fresh it could not possibly have belonged to the old contents of the cupboard. A circle divided by a vertical line with a small flame rising from its center. Alaric stared. "I know that mark," said Kingsley softly. Alaric looked up. "From where?" Kingsley took the parchment without touching the ink itself, and the stern reserve in his face gave way, for the first time that night, to something dangerously close to alarm. "From a case Arthur and I examined not long after the war. One the ministry buried so deeply that even most Aurors never heard of it." "That sounds encouraging." "It was a vault beneath the Department of Mysteries," Kingsley continued, ignoring the remark. one older than the ministry records, sealed by enchantments no one could properly explain. It had been breached from the inside. Alaric frowned. From the inside? By whom? That, said Kingsley, was the trouble. The chamber was empty, but one wall bore this symbol burned into the stone. The unspeakables insisted it meant nothing, some forgotten magical sect, some remnant of an abandoned experiment. And yet within a month, 2 of the researchers involved vanished. A third lost all memory of the vault, and the file itself was altered. Altered how? Kingsley's eyes lifted to his. Dates changed, names removed, statements rewritten in official ink and hand by clerks who swore they had never seen the pages before. Alaric looked again at the symbol, and so this is not a handful of scattered Death Eaters rummaging through forbidden objects. No, Kingsley said, and the word fell with the weight of a gate closing. This is older, quieter, and far more patient. Before Alaric could answer, a sound came from the hall behind them, light as a shoe brushing wood. Both wizards turned. At the doorway stood a boy of perhaps 15, pale and narrow-faced, with black hair falling untidily over his brow, and a robe too thin for the cold. His eyes were fixed not on Kingsley but on Alaric with such solemn urgency that for one disorienting instant Alaric thought he must know him. Yet the next instant he understood something was terribly wrong, because the boy was faint around the edges, not transparent as a ghost, but less than solid, as though he had been drawn from memory and not flesh. "Do not let them open the room below the house," the boy said. His voice trembled, though whether from fear or distance Alaric could not tell. Kingsley took a step forward. "Who are you?" The boy seemed not to hear him. His gaze remained fixed on Alaric. "They need the witness," he said. "That is why they have chosen you." Alaric felt the floor shift beneath his certainty. Chosen me for what? But the boy's form flickered. His face changed, not wholly, but enough that for a fleeting instant it seemed older, harsher, as if another person had tried to look out through him. Then his mouth opened in a soundless cry, and he vanished. The room plunged into silence once more. Kingsley lowered his wand very slowly. "You know him?" "No," Alaric said, though his pulse had begun to pound. "I have never seen him before." Yet even as he said it, something small and buried turned in the back of his mind. Not a memory, but the edge of one, like a name almost remembered after years of disuse. Kingsley's gaze sharpened. The room below the house. Alaric forced his thoughts back to the matter at hand. There is a cellar, a kitchen, old storage spaces, but nothing secret that I know of. "This is grim old place," said Kingsley. "If the blacks had a secret worth keeping, they would not have hidden it where anyone could find it." A heavy thud sounded beneath their feet. Neither man moved. Then came another thud, dull and slow, as though from far below the floorboards. Something unmistakably was beneath the house. Kingsley drew a measured breath. "We leave now and return with proper support, or we go down and learn what they are trying to reach." Alaric thought of the silver threads, of the false memories forced into the house, of the spectral boy who had spoken to him as though his coming had long been expected, and of the words that would not leave him. They need the witness. He should have chosen caution. Any sensible wizard would have done so. Yet sense, he suspected, had already fallen behind events. "They are ahead of us already," he said. "If there is a hidden chamber below Grimold Place, and if they came here to find it, then leaving now may be the same as surrendering it. Kingsley studied him for a moment, then gave a single grave nod. "Very well," he said. "We go down together." Alaric turned toward the corridor where the stairs to the kitchen descended into darkness thick as spilled ink, and though the house was silent again, he could not shake the feeling that something below had heard them decide and was waiting with all the stillness of a spider at the center of its web. The descent into the lower levels of Grimold Place was never a simple matter of steps and shadows, for the house had a way of stretching distance and deepening silence until even the most ordinary staircase seemed to lead not merely downward but inward into a place where memory and magic clung. As Alaric placed his foot upon the first worn step, he felt at once that they were crossing a threshold not marked by doors or wards, but by something older and more patient, something that had watched the house rise and decay and now stirred at their approach. Kingsley followed close behind, his wand held high so that its light fell steady and unwavering, casting long, shifting shapes against the walls, which seemed to bend inward slightly as though listening. Neither man spoke, for there are moments when silence is not chosen but demanded, and the air itself seemed unwilling to carry careless words into whatever lay below. The kitchen, when they reached it, appeared at first unchanged from the last time it had held life, though years had dulled its edges and drawn a veil of neglect over every surface. The long wooden table stood where it always had, scarred by use and time, and the great fireplace yawned empty and cold, its blackened stones faintly glistening as though they remembered flame. Yet beneath these familiar signs there was a subtle wrongness that neither man could mistake, a tension coiled beneath the quiet, like a string drawn too tight and waiting for the smallest touch to snap. "It is here," Kingsley said at last, his voice low but firm, and though he did not specify what he meant, Alaric knew, for the same certainty had already begun to settle within him, unwelcome and undeniable. Alaric moved slowly across the room, his eyes tracing the edges of the walls, the seams between stone and timber, the lines where age had cracked and settled the structure into its uneasy stillness. He passed the cupboard where Creature had once labored in sullen obedience, past the hearth where meals had been prepared in quieter days, and came at last to the far corner where the wall met the floor in a dark, uneven join. He could not have explained it in simple terms, yet the sensation was unmistakable, as though the space itself resisted being observed, bending the eye away even as it drew the mind closer. He raised his wand and murmured a spell of revealing. And for a heartbeat nothing changed, and then slowly faint lines began to shimmer into view, etched not upon the stone but through it, forming the outline of a door that had never been meant to be seen. Kingsley stepped nearer, his expression tightening. "Concealment layered over structural charm," he said, more to himself than to Alaric. "This was done deliberately, and not by any ordinary wizard." Alaric crouched, tracing the faint outline without touching it, for instinct warned him that the surface was not merely hidden, but guarded. "The blacks valued secrecy," he said, "but this goes beyond family pride or paranoia, for whatever lies beyond this door was not hidden from outsiders alone, but from their own kin." Kingsley nodded once, then gestured toward the center of the concealed shape. "Can you open it?" Alaric hesitated, not from uncertainty in his skill, but from the growing awareness that this was not a lock meant to yield easily, and that forcing it might awaken more than a passage. Yet time, if it was indeed being bent and broken elsewhere, could not be afforded the luxury of caution without action. "I can try," he said, rising to his feet. He placed his wand against the center of the hidden door and began to speak. Not a single spell, but a sequence of them, each carefully chosen and layered upon the last, as though he were unwinding a knot tied by hands long gone. The air trembled with the quiet force of his work, the faint lines brightening, shifting, resisting, and then at last yielding. With a low grinding and narrow passage opened before them, descending still further into darkness that seemed thicker than any shadow cast by the world above, a darkness that did not merely lack light, but devoured it. From within came a slow, steady sound. Not a voice, not a breath, a heartbeat. Alaric felt it in his chest before he fully heard it, a deep, rhythmic pulse that did not belong to any living creature, and yet carried with it a strange, terrible familiarity, as though it echoed something once known and now forgotten. Kingsley's hand tightened around his wand. That should not be there. No, Alaric agreed, though his gaze remained fixed upon the passage. It should not. For a moment neither moved, and in that moment the weight of their choice settled fully upon them. For to step forward now was to leave behind not only the safety of the known, but the certainty of cause and consequence, entering instead into a place where time itself might not hold, as it should. Then, without further word, Alaric stepped into the passage. The darkness closed around him at once, swallowing the light so that even his wand seemed diminished. Its glow pressed inward until it cast only a faint circle at his feet. The walls were close, rough-hewn and cold, and the air carried a dampness that spoke of long years, untouched by movement or breath. Kingsley followed, and the stone door slid shut behind them with a finality that neither man chose to acknowledge aloud. They descended in silence, the heartbeat growing louder with each step, until it filled the narrow space around them, no longer a distant rhythm, but a presence, a force that seemed to press against their very thoughts. Then, without warning, the passage opened. They stood at the edge of a chamber unlike any place Alaric had ever seen, a vast hollow carved not by hand, but by magic so old and deep that its purpose had long since. The walls rose high above, smooth and dark, and at the center of the room stood a structure of stone and metal intertwined like the skeleton of some ancient machine, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly with a dull, shifting light. And within it, suspended as though held by unseen hands, was a sphere. It was no larger than a man's head, yet it seemed to contain within it an impossible depth, swirling with faint images that flickered and changed too quickly to grasp. Moments half formed and half forgotten, fragments of time caught and held as though in a net. The heartbeat came from it. Alaric took a step forward, unable to resist the pull of it, though every instinct urged him to remain where he stood. "This is not merely an object," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It is a focus, a convergence point where time has been gathered and bound." Kingsley's gaze swept the chamber, sharp and searching. "And it is not alone." Only then did Alaric notice them. Figures stood along the edges of the chamber, half hidden in shadow, their forms cloaked and still, their faces obscured. They had been there all along, silent as statues, watching. One stepped forward, the hood fell back, revealing a pale, narrow face marked by years of hardship and something colder beneath it, something that had endured not only defeat, but time itself. Alaric felt a jolt of recognition, though he could not place it, not fully, not yet. "You've come sooner than expected," the man said, his voice smooth and measured, carrying easily through the chamber despite its low tone. Kingsley raised his wand. "Step away from that device." The man smiled faintly, as though amused by the command. "You misunderstand, Minister," he said. And though the title was spoken without respect, it carried no mockery, only a quiet certainty. "We've already begun." "Begun what?" The man's eyes shifted to him, and in them Alaric saw something that chilled him more than any threat, for it was not hatred nor anger, but recognition. "Why," the man said softly, "the correction of a mistake." The sphere pulsed. The chamber seemed to breathe. And in that moment, Alaric understood that whatever conflict had drawn them here was no longer a question of stopping an attempt, but of halting something already in motion, something that had reached back into the past and begun to pull it, thread by thread, toward a different shape. And at its center, whether he wished it or not, stood him. The chamber seemed to hold its breath as the words settled, and in that uneasy stillness the faint glow of the sphere deepened, as though stirred by the very notion of change, its shifting images growing sharper for an instant before dissolving once more into indistinct motion. Alaric felt the pull of it more strongly now, not as a simple curiosity, but as something that reached toward him with quiet insistence, as though it had been waiting not merely for a wizard, but for him in particular. Kingsley stepped forward, his posture firm, his wand unwavering, though the weight of the moment was not lost upon him. "There will be no correction," he said, and his voice carried the calm authority of a man who had faced darker threats and endured them. "Whatever you believe was lost cannot be restored through this." The man before them regarded him with mild interest, as one might consider a familiar argument rather than a new challenge, and when he spoke again, his tone remained measured, almost patient, as though he had long since. "You speak as though the present were sacred," he said, his gaze drifting briefly toward the sphere, "as though the world you inhabit is the only version worth preserving. Yet I assure you, Minister, that what stands today is merely one outcome among many, and not the best of them." Alaric's eyes narrowed, for there was something unsettling in the man's certainty, something that did not belong to mere ambition or bitterness, but to knowledge gained at a cost. "You are not trying to reshape the future," he said, stepping forward despite the tension coiling in his chest. "You are trying to undo the past." A faint smile touched the man's lips. "At last, someone who understands the distinction." Kingsley's voice sharpened. "The past cannot be undone without consequence, and you know that as well as I do." "Consequence?" the man repeated softly, as though tasting the word. "Is a matter of perspective. For those who lost everything when your so-called victory was achieved might say that the consequences have already been paid in full." Alaric felt a flicker of unease, not because the argument held merit, but because it revealed something deeper, something rooted not merely in ideology, but in experience. "And what would you restore," he asked, "if you had the power to do so?" The man's gaze shifted back to him, and for a moment the chamber seemed to narrow around that look, as though the question had drawn something closer to the surface. "Order," he said simply. "Clarity. A world in which power is not squandered on weakness, and in which those who understand magic are not bound by the ignorance of those who fear it." Kingsley's expression hardened. You mean a world ruled by fear? The man inclined his head slightly. Fear is merely a byproduct of authority, and authority, when properly exercised, brings resistance, and resistance leads to war, which is precisely what your kind caused before, and precisely what you will cause again, if you succeed. At that, the man's composure shifted, though only slightly, and the faint smile faded into something more intent. You speak with conviction, he said, and yet you do not understand the true nature of what we are doing here. The sphere pulsed again, more strongly this time, and the chamber responded, the air itself seeming to ripple outward in a slow, unseen wave. This is not about restoring one man, the cloaked figure continued, his voice carrying a deeper resonance now. Nor is it about repeating the past as it was, for that would indeed be folly, but rather about refining it, correcting its flaws, and ensuring that events unfold as they should have, free from the accidents and weaknesses that led to the collapse of what might have been. Alaric felt the meaning settle into place with a quiet, dreadful clarity. You are not trying to bring back Voldemort, he said. You are trying to create a version of the past where he never failed. The man's eyes gleamed faintly. Now you begin to see. Kingsley stepped forward again, his voice rising slightly. And how many lives are you willing to erase to achieve that illusion of perfection? As many as were lost to incompetence before, the man replied without hesitation, and the calm certainty in his tone carried a weight that struck more deeply than anger ever could. The figures along the edges of the chamber shifted then, their stillness breaking just enough to reveal that they were not mere observers but participants, each one poised and ready, their wands held low but prepared, their silence no longer passive but watchful. Alaric glanced at them briefly, counting their number without turning his head, and though he could not see their faces, he felt their presence like a tightening ring. You said you have already begun, he said, forcing his focus back to the man before him. What does that mean? For the first time, the man's gaze flickered toward the sphere with something that might have been satisfaction. It means that the process is underway, he said. Small changes have already been made, threads adjusted, moments corrected, and with each adjustment, the structure grows stronger, more stable, more capable of sustaining the final alteration. And what is that final alteration? Kingsley demanded. The man's eyes returned to Alaric. That, he said softly, depends on him. The words fell with a quiet inevitability, and in their wake the chamber seemed to shift once more, the sphere's glow intensifying, as though in response to the very mention of Alaric's role. Alaric felt a sudden, sharp pressure in his mind, not pain, but something close to it, as though a memory, long buried, had been touched, stirred, and made restless. You keep looking at me, he said, his voice tightening despite his effort to remain steady. You speak as though I have a part in this, yet I have never seen you before, nor have I had any connection to your cause. The man studied him for a moment, and then, slowly, he shook his head. That is where you are mistaken, he said. Before Alaric could respond, the sphere flared. Light burst outward, not blinding but overwhelming, filling the chamber with shifting images that no longer remained distant or indistinct, but pressed close, surrounding him on all sides. He saw a room bright with torchlight, filled with voices raised in urgent discussion. He saw faces he recognized from stories, from history, from the remnants of a war he had never fought. He saw the symbol of the phoenix upon a table, and beside it, a name written in careful script. He staggered back, his breath catching, as the images continued to unfold, not as distant visions, but as memories, vivid and immediate, as though they had always been his and had only now been returned. "I was there," he whispered, though he could not recall how or when, only that the certainty of it was undeniable. "I was part of it." Kingsley turned to him sharply. "Alaric, what are you seeing?" But Alaric could not answer, for the images deepened, darkened, and shifted. He saw the same room, but emptier now, quieter, the faces fewer, the light dimmer. He saw himself, standing apart from the others, his expression drawn, his hand resting upon something unseen. He saw the sphere, not as it was now, but incomplete, its structure only half formed. And then he saw the moment of betrayal. A figure stepped forward, cloaked and silent, placing something into the mechanism, something that pulsed with the same faint, terrible rhythm as the sphere before him now. The image shattered. Alaric gasped, the chamber snapping back into place around him, the light fading, the present reasserting itself with a force that left him unsteady. The man watched him closely. "You remember now," he said. Alaric shook his head, though the denial felt hollow. "No," he said, "not fully." "But enough," the man replied. Kingsley stepped between them, his wand raised. "Whatever you have done to him, undo it now." The man's expression hardened, not in anger, but in resolve. "I have done nothing," he said. "The truth was always within him. I have merely shown him the path to it." Alaric forced himself to stand straighter, though the echoes of the vision still lingered, pressing at the edges of his thoughts. "You said you need a witness," he said slowly. "Why?" "Because," he said, "no change of this magnitude can be made without one who stands both within and outside the moment being altered, one who remembers what was, even as it becomes something else." The meaning settled like a stone. "You need me to anchor the change," Alaric said. "Yes, and if I refuse?" The man's eyes darkened slightly. "Then the process becomes unstable," he said. "Unpredictable, the outcome uncertain." Kingsley's voice cut in, sharp and urgent. "Then you refuse." Alaric did not answer at once, for in the quiet that followed, he could still feel the echo of those images, the sense of belonging to something greater than himself, something that had been lost, erased, or perhaps never allowed to exist. And beneath that, deeper still, was a question he could not yet silence. What if the past had been wrong? The sphere pulsed again, and the chamber seemed to lean closer, waiting for his answer. For several long heartbeats, no one moved, and in that suspended stillness, the chamber seemed less like a room beneath an old London house than a waiting point between two worlds, one made of stone and breath and present danger, the other composed of memory, longing, and the terrible promise that what had already happened might yet be coaxed into another shape. Alaric stood within that narrow margin, feeling the pressure of it on every side, while the sphere at the center of the structure continued its slow and dreadful pulse, as though some hidden engine had begun to turn, and now would not easily be stopped. Kingsley's voice, when it came, was low and deliberate, and all the more powerful for the control within it. "Do not let them place this burden upon your thoughts," he said, without taking. "Dark magic does not only tempt with fear, and sometimes it comes robed in reason, in grief, and in the shape of things one might almost call mercy. Alaric heard him clearly, yet the echo of the visions still clung to his mind, and with them came a dangerous sensation that he was standing near the edge of a truth he had somehow carried his whole life without ever knowing it. "Those memories were not invented," he said at last, his voice quieter than he intended, though steady enough. "I felt them as one feels the weight of a hand upon the shoulder, and they were too specific, too deeply rooted to be simple illusion. They were shown to you through a device built to alter perception," Kingsley answered. "That alone is reason enough to distrust them." The pale man gave the slightest incline of his head, as though acknowledging a fair point in a debate that no longer concerned him. "Distrust is healthy," he said, "provided it does not become blindness, and the minister, for all his experience, has mistaken caution for wisdom before." Kingsley's expression did not change, though the air about him tightened faintly with restrained power. "Name yourself." The man's gaze lingered on him only briefly before shifting back to Alaric. "Names are of limited use in places such as this, where so much has already been stripped away or rewritten, though I had another once, and some who worked beneath the ministry would have known it, at least before the records began to fail." Alaric took a slow breath, forcing the dizziness of the visions into the back of his mind. "You breached the hidden vault Kingsley spoke of." A faint light stirred in the man's eyes. "No," he said, "I emerged from it." The words carried such calm certainty that for a moment they seemed to alter the chamber more surely than any spell. And Kingsley, for the first time since the confrontation began, that chamber was found empty. "It was found incomplete," the man replied, "because those who opened it lacked the wit to understand what they had uncovered, and so they closed it again, buried their ignorance beneath official language, and congratulated themselves for preventing a scandal." Alaric stared at him, piecing together the shape of the thing as one might assemble a shattered image from fragments too sharp to handle safely. "You were held there, contained," the man said, "observed, forgotten, then remembered too late." He stepped slightly to one side, and the faint light from the sphere touched his face more fully, revealing features that might once have been handsome, though the years had left them thinned and sharpened, as if hardship had pared away everything unnecessary and left only purpose. There was no theatrical cruelty in him, no flamboyant malice of the sort old tales like to place upon dark wizards, but something colder and perhaps more dangerous, because it wore patience like a second skin. "My name," he said, "was Septimus Vale." Kingsley's eyes narrowed at once, and Alaric, though he could not place it, knew from the shift in the older wizard's expression that the name had struck home. "You know it," Vale observed. Kingsley answered slowly. "I know of a Septimus Vale who disappeared in 1981 while working with the Department of Mysteries on a highly restricted series of temporal containment experiments, and whose death was never confirmed." Vale's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "Then the records were not entirely destroyed." Alaric looked from one to the other. "You were not a Death Eater." "No," Vale said, and at last there was the faintest shadow of something human in his tone, though whether bitterness or I was something much more useful, which is why men of lesser imagination later came seeking what I had built, and why the remnants of their failures now serve a purpose they scarcely understand. At the edge of the chamber, one of the cloaked figures lowered his hood, revealing a gaunt witch with hollow cheeks and a scar cutting down one side of her throat. And in that instant, Alaric understood what Vale meant. These were not his equals. They were followers, scavengers, gathered around a greater mind, men and women who spoke perhaps of blood and power in private, while serving a design older and more intricate than anything left of Voldemort's shattered circle. "You found them," Alaric said. "No," Vale answered. "They found me, or rather, they found the traces of my work and had the good fortune to be greedy enough to pursue them, and I gave them purpose, as clever men have always done with dangerous fools." One of the followers shifted at that, perhaps insulted, perhaps merely restless, but none spoke. Kingsley's wand remained level. "Whatever grievances you have with the ministry, with history, or with the dead, this ends here." Vale looked almost kindly at him. "No, Minister, it ends where it began, and that is precisely the difficulty." The sphere brightened again, and this time the images within it slowed just enough for Alaric to glimpse them more clearly. A corridor at Hogwarts, a rain-swept bridge, a ministry office with empty shelves, a photograph on a mantelpiece, in which one figure blurred and then vanished, as if never captured there at all. Small changes, just as Kingsley had warned, but each one spreading outward through countless unseen connections. "What have you altered already?" Alaric asked. Vale considered him for a moment before replying, and when he did, there was no boast in his tone, only the measured cadence of a man describing work already completed. "Nothing grand, because a letter delayed by 1 hour thereby missed. A meeting shifted from one corridor to another. A witness arriving late enough not to overhear a name. A memory in an archive softened at the edges, permitting another document to replace it. Little things, Mr. Thorne. Little things, and that is why they endure." Alaric felt a hard chill settle in him. "You are building a road from details. I am building certainty from corrections. And all of it leads to what?" Vale's eyes held his. "To a single night in 1981, and to a single sequence of choices that ought never to have occurred in the order they did." Kingsley's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. "You speak of the Potters." Several of the cloaked followers stirred uneasily, as though even now the subject carried danger, but Vale remained composed. "I speak," he said, "of the collapse of a design that would have changed the magical world irrevocably, not because it was impossible, but because it was entrusted to men who mistook terror for mastery and cruelty for discipline. Tom Riddle was brilliant, but he was vain. And vanity is a crack through which fate enters with a knife." Alaric heard the name with a strange force, for Vale spoke of Voldemort not with worship, nor even allegiance, but with the detached disappointment of a scholar judging a failed experiment. "You think you can do better," he said. "I know I can do better." Kingsley took another step forward. "Then you are mad." Vale sighed almost imperceptibly. "That accusation is the last refuge of institutions facing ideas they cannot control." Before Kingsley could answer, the sphere gave a violent shudder, and a ribbon of light lashed outward, striking the stone beside Alaric with a hiss. The wall rippled, and for a moment it was not stone at all, but the paneling of a room Alaric knew at once, though he had never entered it in waking life. The drawing room above, full of voices, maps, murmured plans, and the Order of the Phoenix gathered around its long table. There, standing near the far end, was Alaric himself, Not as he was now, but younger by several years. Leaner, perhaps, his hair a little longer, his expression intent and unsmiling, one hand braced against the tabletop, while a woman beside him pointed to something on a map. She had auburn hair pinned back carelessly and a narrow wand tucked behind one ear, in a way so ordinary and familiar that the sight of it struck him harder than anything else in the vision. He knew her. He did not know how he knew her, yet the recognition came like grief, loosed from a sealed room. The image fractured and vanished, leaving only black stone. Alaric staggered half a pace and Kingsley caught his arm. "What did you see?" "A woman," Alaric said, and the words seemed torn from somewhere deeper than memory. "At the table above. She was working with me." Vale watched him with grave attention. "You are beginning to return to yourself." Kingsley turned sharply. "Return from what?" Vale's answer was immediate. "From the concealment spell placed upon him." Silence struck the chamber. Alaric looked at him in disbelief. "Placed by whom?" "By the order," Vale said. Kingsley's grip on Alaric's arm loosened slightly, not in weakness, but in shock. "That is not possible." "It is entirely possible," Vale replied, "and deeply ironic, which is perhaps why history preserved the joke. When they realized what he had become to the device, they hid him from memory, from records, and from himself, leaving only a life arranged carefully enough to keep him present in the world, but absent from the event to come." Alaric stared at him, and now other fragments pressed forward, disordered and incomplete, but no longer ignorable. A wand light, meeting at dawn, hurried voices in the kitchen above, an argument about whether it was safe to proceed, a hand, perhaps his own, covering fresh ink on parchment so another could sign beneath. The feeling of urgency, not for war in general, but for one object, one experiment, one desperate safeguard built in secret while greater battles thundered elsewhere. "The order did not erase its own people," Kingsley said, though there was uncertainty in him now. "Did it not?" Vale answered. "Your order lied, forged, concealed, relocated, and sacrificed when necessary, and not always with clean hands, however noble its banners may look in retrospect. Ask yourself, Minister, how many of its dead are remembered accurately, and how many were simplified into symbols because the truth was less convenient." The cloaked figures around the chamber began to fan outward almost imperceptibly, tightening their positions, and Alaric, though shaken, noticed it at once. They were preparing for violence. Kingsley saw it too. "Enough talking." "Yes," said Vale, and for the first time there was iron in his voice. "Enough." He lifted one hand toward the sphere, and the runes surrounding it blazed. At once, the chamber altered. The floor between the two groups split into bands of moving light, each one showing a different moment, a different place, a different possible arrangement of events. One strip showed Hogwarts under a storm-black sky. Another showed the atrium of the ministry, crowded and bright. Another showed a nursery window lit by moonlight. Another showed grim old place, itself burning room by room in perfect spells tore across the chamber in sudden green, red, and silver arcs, and the conflict that had hung waiting at the edges of speech sprang at last into open war. Kingsley's shield burst outward like hammered bronze, deflecting the first volley, while Alaric threw himself aside and answered with a cutting curse that struck one attacker squarely across the shoulder and sent him sprawling into the shimmering bands of light where his body flickered through 3 ages in an instant and vanished from sight. The chamber roared alive, yet even amid the chaos, as curses flashed and stone cracked and the sphere pulsed more wildly, with every exchange, one truth rang in Alaric's mind with growing force. For whether Vale had spoken honestly or as part of a deeper manipulation, there could no longer be any doubt that the battle now unfolding was not only for the future of the wizarding world, but for the lost shape of Alaric's own past, and whatever answer lay waiting within it would have to be seized before the chamber, the house above it, and perhaps much more besides were torn apart by the machinery of time. The chamber erupted into motion with a force that seemed to tear at the very structure of reality. And for a moment, Alaric could scarcely tell whether he stood within a battle or within a fracture of time itself, for every spell cast did more than strike or deflect. It rippled outward through the glowing bands that crisscrossed the floor, sending echoes of itself flickering into other moments, other places, where the same magic seemed to repeat in distorted reflections. Kingsley moved with practiced precision, his shield charms forming a steady barrier against the barrage, while his counterspells were measured and exact, never wasted, each one driving back an attacker or breaking the momentum of a curse. Yet even his skill could not account for the strange instability of the chamber, for more than once a spell aimed true bent suddenly aside, as though the path it should have followed had been quietly altered. Alaric, though less seasoned in such direct conflict, felt something else stirring within him, something that had not been present before the visions, a sharpened instinct, a familiarity with the flow of magic in this place that went beyond study or training, as though some part of him remembered how to fight not merely with wand and will, but with the shifting structure of time around him. A cloaked figure lunged toward him from the right, her wand slashing downward in a vicious arc, and Alaric responded almost without thought, stepping not backward but slightly to one side and half a pace forward, into a position that seemed at first counterintuitive, yet caused her curse to pass through the space he had occupied a heartbeat before. His own spell followed at once, striking her squarely and sending her crashing against the far wall, where she lay still. He did not pause to consider how he had known that movement would work. Another attacker closed in, and then another, and the chamber filled with the sound of spells colliding, stone splintering, and the low, relentless pulse of the sphere growing ever stronger, as though feeding upon the conflict itself. "Alaric," Kingsley called, his voice cutting through the chaos. "The sphere." Alaric turned his gaze toward it, and in that instant he saw what Kingsley had perceived. The runes surrounding the structure were no longer steady, but shifting, rearranging themselves in response to the battle, as though the device were adapting, recalibrating its hold upon the moment. "If it stabilizes," Kingsley continued, "we lose any chance of stopping it without tearing everything apart." Alaric nodded, though the scale of what lay before them pressed heavily upon his thoughts. For to disrupt such a device without understanding its full design was to risk not only failure but consequences far beyond the chamber itself. Vale stood near the structure, untouched by the melee, his wand raised not in attack but in control, guiding the shifting runes with subtle movements, his attention divided between the sphere and the unfolding battle with unnerving ease. "You cannot break it now," he said, his voice carrying clearly, despite the din. It has already anchored itself to the sequence of events, and any crude attempt at destruction will only scatter the changes into chaos. Then we will take that risk, Kingsley replied, sending a stunning spell that forced one of the remaining followers back toward the edge of the chamber. Vale shook his head slightly. You misunderstand, he said. Chaos at this stage would not restore your world. It would unmake it. Alaric felt the truth of that possibility settle like ice in his veins, for he could sense the tension within the device, the delicate balance of countless threads drawn from countless moments, each one held in place by the others, so that to sever one carelessly might unravel many. There must be a control point, he said, his voice tightening as he forced his focus through the confusion of battle. Something that governs the entire structure, something that can be altered without breaking everything at once. Vale's gaze flicked toward him, and for a fleeting instant, there was something almost like approval in it. And that is precisely why you are here. Before Alaric could respond, one of the glowing bands on the floor surged upward, forming a wall of shifting images between him and Kingsley, separating them with a barrier that was not solid in the ordinary sense, yet could not be passed through without consequence. Within it, Alaric glimpsed flashes of different times overlapping, corridors and rooms folding into one another, voices echoing in fragments that refused to settle into coherence. Kingsley, he called, but his voice seemed to warp as it passed through the barrier, reaching the other side as a distant, distorted sound. Kingsley struck the shifting wall with a powerful spell, yet it held, absorbing the force and dispersing it into flickering light. Vale lowered his wand slightly, and the remaining followers ceased their attacks, stepping back into the shadows as though the conflict had reached a point where their role was no longer required. This is where your choice matters most, Vale said, turning fully toward Alaric now. The device has reached a stage where it must be guided through its final alignment, and that alignment requires a witness who stands outside the changes already made yet connected to the original structure. Alaric's grip tightened. And you believe that is me? I do not believe it, Vale replied. I know it. The sphere pulsed, brighter than before, and once again the chamber dissolved around Alaric, though this time the transition was not sudden but gradual, as though he were being drawn step by step into another place. The stone floor beneath him shifted, becoming wood. The cold air warmed. The dim light of the chamber gave way to the flicker of candles. He stood. Voices filled the space, urgent and alive, and around the long table sat members of the Order of the Phoenix, younger than he had ever seen them, their faces marked not yet by the full weight of war, but by determination and a quiet, unyielding resolve. At the far end of the table stood Albus Dumbledore, his presence unmistakable, his expression grave yet composed as he listened to the discussion unfolding before him. And there, among them, stood Alaric, not as an observer, but as one of them. The woman he'd seen before was beside him, speaking quickly, her finger tracing lines across a map spread over the table. If we move it here, she was saying, we reduce the exposure, but we also limit the number of possible anchors and increase the strain on the central focus, Alaric heard himself reply, his voice clear, confident, entirely his own, though he had no memory of ever speaking those words. If the structure fails under that strain, it will collapse inward, and everything tied to it will be lost. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. Then we must ensure it does not fail. Another voice rose from the table. We are building something we do not fully understand, and we are doing so under pressure from a war that leaves little room for error. We understand enough, Alaric said, and there was no hesitation in his tone. We are not creating time, we are binding it, fixing certain moments so that they cannot be altered without resistance, and if we succeed, we will have a safeguard against precisely the kind of manipulation we now fear. The room fell briefly silent. And if we fail? The woman beside him asked, her voice softer now. Alaric looked at her, and in that look was something deeper than simple collaboration, something that spoke of trust, forged through shared risk. Then we ensure the failure cannot be used, he said. We conceal the work, we erase what must be erased, and we leave behind no path for others to follow. The room dimmed. The voices faded. Alaric felt himself pulled back, the warmth of the memory dissolving into the cold of the chamber once more, the glow of the sphere returning, the weight of the present pressing in again with renewed force. He staggered slightly, catching his balance as the last traces of the vision slipped away. Kingsley's voice reached him faintly through the shifting barrier. Alaric, what is happening? Alaric turned toward Vale, his mind racing, the fragments of memory now forming a clearer shape. We built this, he said. The Order built it as a safeguard, not as a weapon. Vale inclined his head. Correct. And something went wrong, Alaric continued. We hid it, erased me from it. Also correct. Alaric's gaze hardened. And now you have found it, repaired it, and intend to use it for your own purpose. Vale's expression did not change. I intend to complete what was begun, and to do so properly. Alaric shook his head. No, he said. You intend to control it, to force the past into a shape that suits you regardless of the cost. Vale's eyes held his. And you intend to preserve a flawed reality out of loyalty to a history that has already erased you. The words struck deep, yet Alaric did not look away. For in that moment, with the memory of the Order still echoing in his mind, with the voices of those who had trusted him still lingering, he understood something that had not been clear before. The device had never been meant to change the past. It had been meant to protect it. And if it had failed once, then whatever lay ahead would demand not only power, but the courage to choose what must remain and what must be allowed to fade. The sphere pulsed again, waiting, and the chamber seemed to narrow around Alaric as the truth settled fully into his thoughts, not as a sudden revelation alone, but as something long buried that had now risen with undeniable clarity, and with it came a quiet, resolute understanding that whatever path he chose in the moments to follow would not merely decide the fate of the device before him, but determine whether the fragile thread of reality itself would hold or unravel beyond all hope of repair. The barrier of shifting light still separated him from Kingsley, whose voice, though distant and distorted, carried an urgency that spoke not only of the danger at hand, but of a trust placed in Alaric that neither man had anticipated only hours before, when they had stood in the dim drawing room above and spoken of unknown threats with cautious speculation rather than immediate peril. Alaric, Kingsley called again, his figure flickering behind the translucent veil of fractured moments. You must not let him complete it. Alaric heard the words, yet he did not answer at once, for his attention had turned fully to the sphere and the intricate structure that held it suspended, and in that gaze there was no longer confusion alone, but recognition, as though the patterns etched into the stone and metal had once been as familiar to him as the lines of his own hand. He stepped forward slowly, carefully, aware that each movement brought him closer to the center of a force that was both fragile and immense, a convergence of countless moments drawn together by design and held in precarious balance by a system he had helped to create, yet had never been meant to use. Vale watched him with measured stillness, his expression neither triumphant nor concerned, but attentive, like a scholar observing the final stage of an experiment long prepared. "You see it now," he said, his voice low but clear, carrying not merely as an object but as a structure of intention, a mechanism shaped by minds that understood both its necessity and its danger. Alaric did not take his eyes from the sphere. "We built it to resist interference," he said, his voice steadier now, though the weight of memory pressed heavily behind it. "Not to invite it. Resistance is only meaningful if it can be tested," Vale replied. "Otherwise, it is nothing more than theory." "And so you decided to test it by tearing at the fabric?" "It was meant to protect," Alaric said, a sharp edge entering his tone. Vale inclined his head slightly. "I decided to refine it," he said. "Your order lacked the resolve to see the work through, and so they hid it, erased it, and allowed the world to drift along a flawed course, all in the name of caution." Alaric's hand tightened around his wand, though he did not raise it. "We saw the cost," he said. "We understood what would happen if control was lost, and we chose to prevent that outcome, even if it meant sacrificing the work." Vale's gaze sharpened, though his composure did not break. "You chose to abandon it," he said, "and in doing so you ensured that someone else would find it. Eventually, someone who would not hesitate where you did." The sphere pulsed again, brighter than before, and the images within it began to slow further, revealing moments with greater clarity, as though the device had reached a point where its internal structure demanded resolution. Alaric could see them now: the night at Godric's Hollow, the moment when the killing curse rebounded, the fragile chain of events that led to Voldemort's fall. Each detail hovered within the sphere, not fixed but ready to be altered. "This is where you intend to intervene," Alaric said. "Yes," Vale answered simply. "And what change do you intend to make?" Vale stepped closer, his eyes reflecting the shifting light. A delay, a misstep, a moment of hesitation where there was none before, enough to alter the outcome without unraveling the entire sequence. Alaric's breath slowed, his thoughts aligning with a clarity that surprised even him. "You believe you can control the ripple," he said. "I know I can guide it," Vale replied. "And if you are wrong," Vale's expression did not waver, "then the world will change in ways neither of us can predict. But it will not be worse than the one you defend so fiercely." Alaric was silent for a moment, his gaze fixed upon the sphere, his mind racing through possibilities, through outcomes, through the fragile balance that held the present intact. Behind him, the barrier flickered, and Kingsley's voice broke through once more, strained but resolute. "Alaric, listen to me," he said. "Whatever you think you remember, whatever truth you believe you have uncovered, this is not the way to restore it, because the past cannot be reshaped without breaking something that cannot be mended. Alaric closed his eyes briefly, and in that darkness, he saw again the faces from the vision, the members of the order gathered around the table, the urgency in their voices, the weight of their decision as they chose to conceal the device rather than risk its misuse. They had trusted him, not to use the device, but to protect it. He opened his eyes. The answer came not as doubt, but as certainty. "We did not fail," he said quietly. Vale's gaze sharpened. "You abandoned your purpose." "No," Alaric said, his voice growing firmer. "We fulfilled it." For a brief moment, the chamber seemed to pause, as though even the sphere had taken note of the shift in his resolve. "We built this to prevent exactly what you are attempting," Alaric continued, stepping closer to the structure, his wand lowering slightly as his free. "And when we realized it could not be used safely, we ensured that it would not be used at all." Vale's expression darkened slightly. "And yet, here it stands." "Because you forced it into operation," Alaric said. "You bypassed the safeguards, rewrote the conditions, and now you believe you can control the outcome." "I can," Vale said, though there was now a faint tension in his voice, as though the certainty he had carried so easily was beginning to encounter resistance. Alaric shook his head. "No," he said, "you cannot." He stepped forward once more, placing his hand upon the outer ring of the structure. The moment his skin touched the cold surface, the sphere flared. Light surged outward, and the chamber dissolved around him once again. But this time there was no confusion, no disorientation, for he stood at the center of the vision, fully present within it. The Order's chamber, the same room, the same table, but now he stood alone beside the device, half-formed, its structure incomplete, its purpose not yet realized. Footsteps echoed behind him. He turned. Dumbledore approached, his expression grave, his eyes filled with a quiet understanding that seemed to encompass not only the moment before them, but all that would follow. "You know what must be done," Dumbledore said. Alaric nodded slowly. "We cannot use it," he said, "not as it is. Nor can we destroy it," Dumbledore replied. "Not without risking consequences we cannot foresee." "Then we hide it," Alaric said. "We conceal it so completely that no one will find it." Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then inclined his head. "And you?" Alaric hesitated, for the answer carried a weight he had not fully grasped until now. "If I remain connected to it," he said, "then I remain a path back to it." "And so?" Alaric met Dumbledore's gaze. "I must be removed from it." Dumbledore's expression softened slightly, though the gravity of the decision did not lessen. "That is no..." Alaric gave a faint, weary smile. "It is a necessary one." The vision shifted. The room darkened. Voices rose and fell as the decision was carried out. Spells cast not in anger or defense, but in careful, deliberate unmaking, memories altered, records erased, connections severed, until nothing remained to link Alaric Thorne to the work he had helped create. And then silence. The vision faded. The chamber returned. Alaric stood once more before the sphere, his hand still resting upon the structure, the truth now fully restored within him. "We did not fail," he said again, his voice steady and certain. "We chose to protect the world from this." Vale's eyes narrowed. "And now you will choose to preserve its flaws." "No," Alaric said, "I will choose to preserve its reality." The sphere pulsed violently, as though reacting to his words. Vale raised his wand. "Then you leave me no choice." Alaric did not move his hand from the structure. "Nor you me," he said. And in that moment, the final stage of the conflict began. The instant Vale's wand rose, the chamber answered as though it had been waiting for that gesture alone, and the runes surrounding the sphere blazed so fiercely that their light ceased to resemble mere magic and became instead something harsher, older, and far more dangerous, a white gold radiance that seemed to peel back the surface of things and reveal the trembling structure beneath. Alaric felt the force of it travel through the mechanism under his hand and into his arm, into his chest, into the hidden places of memory that had only just been reopened, and with that force came understanding, swift and severe, for the device was no longer balanced between use and restraint, but had entered the last threshold before irreversible change. Vale moved first, not with haste, but with the terrible precision of a man who had prepared for this moment longer than anyone else in the chamber had been aware. A narrow spear of silver light flew from his wand, not toward Alaric himself, but toward the point where Alaric's hand touched the outer ring of the structure. And Alaric understood at once that Vale did not mean to kill him, for death would have made a ruin of the very witness he required, whereas separation would have been enough. Alaric twisted his wrist, drew a quick ward with the edge of his wand, and the silver spear shattered into a spray of sparks that hung in the air longer than sparks should, each one containing within it a tiny flicker of some other place, some other moment, before vanishing with soft, snapping sounds, like ice breaking in distant water. Then the chamber burst fully into violence again. Kingsley, still half seen beyond the shifting barrier, struck the veil before him with such force that the bands of fractured time buckled inward, and for a moment Alaric glimpsed him clearly through the rippling light, stern-faced and relentless, driving spell after spell into the obstruction, while the remaining followers attempted to flank him from either side. One fell beneath a bludgeoning curse, another reeled backward under a burst of crimson light, but more shadows moved at the edges, and the barrier, though strained, still held. Vale's followers surged again toward the center, emboldened, perhaps, by the growing instability of the device or by fear of failing the man who had bound them to his purpose. Alaric did not waste thought on their motives because there was no room for such luxuries now, and when the first of them came within range, he struck with a chain of tightly controlled spells that forced two backward and sent a third, spinning into one of the glowing bands across the floor, where the witch's body blurred grotesquely between youth and age before collapsing, stunned but alive. "Do you still hesitate?" Vale called over the mounting roar of magic, and though he stood within the storm, like the calm point at its center, there was strain in him now, visible at last in the set of his mouth and the sharpened brightness of his eyes. "Do you still cling to the fiction that history, once made, becomes sacred merely because it exists?" Alaric kept one hand on the structure and raised his wand with the other, deflecting a curse that would have struck the runic ring behind him. "No," he answered, his voice carrying more evenly than he felt. "But I know the difference between safeguarding what happened and redesigning it to flatter a tyrant." Vale gave a faint, almost sorrowful shake of the head. "You still think too small," he said, and a pulse of blue-black force swept out from his position, not striking directly but passing through the chamber in a widening arc that set every glowing band to trembling. This was never about one tyrant, nor one war, nor even one generation, because the magical world has wandered in circles for centuries, wasting itself on secrecy, compromise, and fear, when it could have been shaped into something stronger. The words might once have sounded grand to lesser ears, but within the chamber, amid the splintering stone and the sphere's violent rhythm, they seemed stripped of ornament and shown for what they were, not vision, but domination dressed in colder robes. Alaric did not argue further because the device beneath his hand had begun to reveal its final lock. He saw it not with sight alone, but with the peculiar certainty of remembered work. For as the runes raced around the sphere, they formed patterns he had once helped devise, protections nested within protections, each one meant to awaken only if the others failed. Hidden among them, nearly indistinguishable from the rest unless one knew where to look, was a narrow sequence of 5 marks that did not govern alteration, but reversal, not his breath caught. He remembered now not only the decision to hide the device, but the last debate that followed it, when they had asked what should be done if concealment failed, if some future hand forced the mechanism awake again. There had been no safe way to break it, because to shatter a structure made of anchored moments was to cast those moments loose into the world. There had been no safe way to let it run, because then the past itself became a field for conquest. There had remained only one desperate solution, a command buried in the heart of the mechanism that would not destroy the weave, but release it from all imposed change and restore every stolen thread to its rightful place. The cost had been simple to state and dreadful to accept. The witness bound to the command would remain outside the restored order of events, not dead, not exactly erased, but removed from the memory of all who had lived through the change, because no mind could carry both the restored history and the witness who stood apart from it without reopening the very fracture the device had been built to seal. Alaric understood then why the Order had taken such pains to conceal him from himself, why no record had remained, why his life had felt, at times, oddly detached from the great stories through which others of his age had moved, as though by right he had been allowed to continue, but only beyond the edge of remembrance, a living safeguard against the day this buried command might need to be used. The sphere throbbed harder. A new image surfaced within it, and this one struck with such force that Alaric nearly cried out. He saw the auburn-haired witch again, clearer now than ever before, standing with him in the old Order room, while rain rattled against the windows of Grimmauld Place. She was angry, though fear lived beneath the anger, and she was gripping his sleeve. "If they make you part of the failsafe," she was saying, "then you are asking to vanish from every life that knows you." He remembered the warmth of her hand, the fierce brightness in her eyes, the stubborn way she held her chin when grief was near and she refused to yield to it. "We will still have the world," he heard himself say, "and I will not have you in it," she answered. The image broke, but not before her name rose through him with aching clarity. Maeve. The loss of it struck him all over again, though it was not the clean pain of bereavement, but the strange, devastating grief of a life not ended but displaced, a bond not severed by death, but made inaccessible by necessity. Somewhere, perhaps, if the restored world held true, she had lived her years without him, or had remembered him once and then been made not to. Either thought cut sharply enough, yet even within that pain there was no confusion left about what must be done. Vale saw the change in his face. "You have found it," he said softly, and for the first time a crack appeared in his control, because he too had been searching the runes, trying to reach the core sequence before Alaric could claim it. "You need not use it. There are other alignments. Give me the witness place willingly, and I can preserve more than you understand." Alaric looked at him fully then, and in that look there was pity, though not enough to weaken his resolve. "No," he said, "because you do not want preservation, and you never did." Vale's composure hardened into something closer to fury, though even now it remained disciplined. "I want mastery over accident," he said, and he struck the structure with his wand. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Every glowing band in the chamber shot upward, like torn banners in a storm, walls of time slicing the room into shifting corridors of memory and possibility. Kingsley vanished from sight. The remaining followers cried out as two of the bands intersected, trapping them within brief loops of repeated motion, the same gesture and the same expression flashing again and again in grotesque fragments. The floor heaved, stone split, the hidden chamber groaned under pressures it had never been meant to bear, and the sphere opened. Not literally, not like a shell or flower, but in the sense that its depth suddenly ceased to be contained. Alaric saw through it and into the chain of altered moments Vale had made, the delayed owl, the changed archive, the softened memory, the nudged appointment, the lost testimony, all of them linked now to the greater pivot ahead, a gathering storm directed toward the potter's final night. If one more sequence locked into place, the change would take. Alaric drew breath and began the return command. The words were old, even when the Order had used them, borrowed from branches of magic no Hogwarts textbook would willingly describe, yet bound here for a purpose neither cruel nor selfish. He spoke the first phrase, and the 5 hidden marks flared beneath his palm. He spoke the second, and the sphere's light turned inward as though listening. He spoke the third, and the chamber convulsed so violently that cracks raced up the walls, and the ceiling shed dust in gray curtains. Vale hurled himself forward. Alaric met him with a shield formed more from will than elegance, and though Vale's curse broke across it like green fire on glass, the impact nearly tore the wand from Alaric's hand. Another spell followed, then another, each aimed with terrifying exactness at the lines of control beneath Alaric's fingers. "You fool!" Vale shouted, and at last the smooth detachment was gone from him. "Do you think sacrifice makes you noble? It only makes you useful to men who are too frightened to finish their work." Alaric spoke the 4th phrase, and the altered moments within this, he saw them reversing now, each stolen thread snapping back, parchment returning to its original wording, a clerk remembering the right name, an owl arriving on time, a corridor encounter restored, the blurred figure in the photograph returning to sharpness for the briefest instant before the image sped beyond sight. The force of the restoration hit the chamber like a storm tide. Vale staggered. One of his followers screamed as the glamour that masked his face tore away, and the years he had tried to escape seemed to settle upon him at once. Then Kingsley broke through. He came not gracefully, but with the unstoppable force of a man who had chosen his moment and put all of himself behind it, crashing through the weakening barrier in a surge of bronze-lit magic that struck two followers aside and sent a shockwave through the fractured floor. "Finish it," he roared. Vale turned toward him with murder blazing openly in his face now, and their spells collided between them in a burst of white fire so fierce that for a moment both men vanished behind it. The chamber shook. The sphere screamed, a sound not of voice but of stress, deep beyond ordinary hearing. Alaric spoke the fifth and final phrase. Everything stopped, not forever, not for long, but long enough for the whole chamber to stand suspended in one impossible instant, every shard of dust motionless in the air, every crack held, every face fixed, every thread visible. Alaric stood at the center of it with his hand upon the mechanism, and the world, if only for that single heartbeat outside time, seemed to look back at him. Then the return command took hold. Light surged through the sphere and out across the chamber, not violent now, but absolute, and Alaric felt the restored history rushing into place around him like a tide returning to its proper shore. He knew what came next. He had always known, though he had been made to forget it. He turned once, only once, and in the white, flooding brilliance, he saw Kingsley's face, strained and determined, and beyond even that another glimpse, impossible and fleeting, of Maeve standing in candlelight as she'd stood long ago, grief and pride warring in her eyes. Then memory itself began to close over him like water, and the world moved to take back what had always belonged to it. The light did not fade as an ordinary light fades, nor did the chamber collapse in any simple or immediate fashion, for the return of the altered moments was not a single act, but a vast and intricate unraveling, a restoration that moved through time itself, like a tide reclaiming ground that had been falsely taken, and in its passing it erased every forced change, every subtle alteration Vale had so carefully set into motion, until the structure of events stood once more as it had been meant to stand. Alaric felt it happen, not only around him but through him, for he was bound to the command that guided the restoration, and as each thread slipped back into its rightful place, something within him loosened in equal measure, as though the world itself were gently but inexorably withdrawing its hold upon him. The chamber began to fracture, not in chaos, but in release. The glowing bands that had once carved the floor into shifting corridors dissolved into lines of pale light that rose and vanished, leaving only cracked stone behind. The runes around the sphere dimmed one by one, their purpose fulfilled, their power spent. The followers of Vale, those who still stood, cried out as the force of the restoration struck them, stripping away whatever borrowed stability they had clung to, and one by one they fell, stunned or broken, their cause unraveling with the device they had trusted. He stood near the failing structure, his wand lowered, his gaze fixed upon the sphere as it dimmed, and in his expression there was no longer triumph, nor even fury, but something colder and far more difficult to name. A realization, perhaps, or the quiet acknowledgement of a design brought to its end. "You chose absence," he said, and though his voice was softer now, it carried clearly through the fading storm. "You chose to preserve a flawed world by removing yourself from it." Alaric did not turn at once, for the pull of the restoration had grown stronger, and already the edges of his thoughts had begun to blur, not in confusion, but in detachment, as though the threads that tied him to the present were being gently unwoven. "It was never about me," he said at last, his voice steady. despite the strange, distant quality that had begun to touch it. It was about ensuring that what happened remains what happened, without interference from those who believe they have the right to reshape it. Vale gave a faint, humorless breath. And yet history is shaped by those with the will to act, he said. You have proven that as surely as I have. Alaric turned then, meeting his gaze fully, and though the chamber around them was collapsing into stillness, there was a clarity between them that no longer needed the support of magic or argument. No, Alaric said. I have proven that some things must be defended even from those who believe themselves wiser. Vale studied him for a moment longer, and then slowly he inclined his head, not in surrender, but in acknowledgement, as one might grant a final respect to an adversary whose choice, though opposed, could not be dismissed as foolish. Then this is where your path ends, he said. Alaric felt the truth of it settle fully now, not as fear, but as certainty. Behind him, Kingsley staggered forward, the last remnants of the barrier dissolving at his back, his wand still raised, though the immediate threat had passed. Alaric, he said, his voice rough with strain. What is happening? Alaric looked at him, and for a moment the world seemed to steady, as though granting him this final exchange without distortion. It is restoring itself, he said. Everything Vale changed is being undone. Kingsley's eyes flicked to the dimming sphere, then back to Alaric. And you? Alaric hesitated, though the answer was already known. I am part of the correction, he said. Kingsley took another step forward, his expression sharpening. Explain that. Alaric gave a faint, almost apologetic smile, though there was no regret in it, only a quiet acceptance. When we built this device, he said, we knew it could not be destroyed safely, and we knew it could not be allowed to operate unchecked, so we created a final command, a restoration that would undo any interference and return the timeline to its original state. Kingsley's gaze hardened. And the cost? Alaric met his eyes. The witness who activates the command cannot remain within the restored timeline. The words hung between them. Kingsley's jaw tightened. Meaning what? Meaning that once the restoration is complete, Alaric said, I will no longer exist within the memory of this world. Kingsley stared at him, and for a moment the strength that had carried him through war and leadership faltered, not in weakness, but in the simple human refusal to accept a truth that offered no alternative. That is not acceptable, he said. Alaric shook his head gently. It is not a matter of acceptance, he replied. It is a matter of design. There must be another way, Kingsley insisted, stepping closer now, as though proximity alone might change the outcome. If the device was built by your order, then it can be altered. Not at this stage. The sphere gave a final dim pulse. The chamber fell still. The restoration was nearly complete. Kingsley's voice lowered, though the urgency within it did not diminish. You cannot simply vanish, he said. The world does not repay its defenders by forgetting them. Alaric's expression softened slightly. The world does not act with intention, he said. It simply continues. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Kingsley drew a breath, steadying himself. If you go through with this, he said, then no one will remember what you have done. Alaric nodded. That is the point. And you are willing to accept that? Alaric considered the question, not because the answer was uncertain, but because it deserved to be spoken with care. Yes, he said at last. Kingsley's grip tightened around his wand, though he did not raise it. "You should not have to," he said. "Perhaps not," Alaric replied, "but someone must." The final threads of light faded from the sphere. The structure around it began to crumble, not violently, but with the quiet inevitability of something that had completed its purpose and could no longer sustain itself. Vale stepped back, watching the collapse with an unreadable expression, and then, without warning, he turned and vanished with a sharp crack, leaving the chamber to its end. Kingsley did not pursue him. His attention remained fixed on Alaric, whose form had begun to change in a way that was difficult to describe, not fading, not dissolving, but becoming less anchored, as though the world had begun to loosen its hold upon him. "It is happening," Kingsley said, his voice low. Alaric nodded. "Yes," he said. For a brief moment the chamber was quiet, the echoes of conflict gone, the weight of magic lifting, leaving behind only the two of them and the fading remnants of what had nearly reshaped history itself. Kingsley stepped closer, stopping only when he stood directly before Alaric. "Something that remains." Alaric shook his head. "If there is a record, then the correction is incomplete." Kingsley's expression tightened. "Then it is not justice?" Alaric met his gaze. "It is balance." The silence that followed was not empty but full, carrying within it the unspoken recognition that some victories could not be measured in memory or acknowledgement, but only in the continuation of a world that would never know how close it had come to being changed. Alaric felt the last of the connection slipping away now, the final thread loosening. "Take care of it," he said quietly. Kingsley frowned. "Take care of what?" Alaric gave a faint smile. "The world," he said. Then without further word he was gone. Not with sound, not with light, but with the quiet, absolute certainty of something that had been removed not from existence, but from remembrance. The chamber stood empty. The device lay in ruin. And above, in the silent house, a grim old place, the past remained exactly as it had always been. For a long while after the chamber fell silent, Kingsley Shacklebolt remained where he stood, unmoving amid the fractured stone and fading traces of magic, as though by stillness alone he might hold back the finality of what had just occurred. Yet the world does not pause for grief, nor does it linger upon the edge of memory, once the forces that sustained it have withdrawn, and so the quiet deepened until it became unmistakably ordinary, stripped of the tension and distortion that had filled it only moments before. The sphere was gone, where once it had hung, suspended within its intricate frame. There remained now only a hollow of cracked stone and twisted metal, its runes dark, its purpose spent, and though the chamber still bore the scars of the struggle, there was no trace of the terrible convergence of time that had existed there. No lingering pulse, no echo of the power. Kingsley drew a slow breath, and with it came a strange and subtle dissonance, for he knew, with absolute certainty, that something had been lost, something of great importance, and yet when he reached for it, there was nothing to grasp. No name, no face, no memory that would take form in his mind. Only absence. He frowned slightly, though the feeling did not sharpen into confusion, for it settled instead into a quiet unease, like a thought half formed and then forgotten before it could fully emerge. "There was someone," he murmured, though even as he spoke, the words, they felt uncertain, as though drawn from a place beyond clear recollection. He shook his head once, dismissing the thought, not because it lacked weight, but because it lacked shape, and turned his attention instead to the chamber itself, for there remained work to be done, and the living must always attend to the world that continues around them, no matter what has been removed from it. The fallen followers of Vale lay scattered across the floor, some unconscious, some stirring faintly, their strength spent, their purpose undone. Kingsley moved among them with steady purpose, binding their wands, securing them with precise spells that left no room for resistance. His movements practiced and efficient, though the faint tension in his shoulders spoke of a mind still unsettled. Septimus Vale was gone. That much was certain, and though Kingsley knew the danger such a man represented, he also understood that pursuit would not be simple, for Vale had demonstrated not only power, but patience, and such an enemy would not be easily found once he chose to vanish. The thought lingered only briefly, however, for the greater threat had been ended, and whatever remained would have to be faced in time, not in haste. When the last of the followers had been secured, Kingsley turned toward the broken structure at the center of the chamber. He could not fully comprehend what it had been, nor how close it had come to altering the world beyond repair, yet he knew, with a certainty that needed no explanation, that its destruction had been necessary, and that it had not come without cost. Again, that faint sense of absence stirred within him, and again he found no memory to match it. He exhaled slowly, then, with a firm motion, he raised his wand and began the process of sealing the chamber. Stone responded to his command, reshaping itself under the guidance of controlled magic, cracks closing, surfaces smoothing, until the signs of conflict were hidden beneath layers of newly formed structure. It would not restore what had been, for such restoration was neither possible nor wise, but it would ensure that what remained would not be easily disturbed. When the work was done, Kingsley turned toward the passage that led back to the kitchen above, and though he paused briefly at its threshold, he did not look back. There was nothing to see, and so he ascended. The kitchen of Grimold Place greeted him with its familiar stillness, the long table, the cold hearth, the quiet weight of a house that had seen more than most, yet spoke of it only through the subtle presence of memory that lingered in its walls. Kingsley crossed the room slowly, his mind already turning toward what must come next, for the ministry would need to be informed. The captured followers interrogated, the remnants of Vale's work traced and contained wherever they might still exist. The Order of the Phoenix, long disbanded, would not be called again, for there was no longer a need for it, no clear and present threat that required its particular form of resistance, and those who had once stood within it had long since moved on to lives that did not include hidden meetings in shadowed rooms. Yet as Kingsley reached the door and placed his hand upon its worn surface, that faint unease returned once more, stronger now. He hesitated. For a moment the house seemed to listen. There was someone, he said again, more firmly this time, as though repetition might summon clarity. But no answer came, only silence. He opened the door and stepped into the corridor beyond, leaving the kitchen behind. Grimold Place remained as it had always been, its secrets hidden, its past intact, its role in the world complete. And somewhere, far from that quiet house, beyond the reach of memory and record, a life that had once touched the course of history had slipped beyond the edge of remembrance, leaving no trace behind save the world, it had helped preserve. The rain had stopped. London lay still, beneath a pale and quiet sky, the first light of dawn beginning to touch the rooftops, and with it came the ordinary sounds of a waking city, distant footsteps, the rumble of early traffic, the soft murmur of life continuing as it always does. Kingsley stepped into that world without hesitation, his purpose clear, his path set, though a small part of him remained unsettled, as though something important had been left behind in a place he could no longer find. He did not dwell on it. There was too much to be done, and so he walked on. The world remained unchanged. History held, and the last knight of the Order of the Phoenix was gone, not in defeat, nor in obscurity, but in quiet, unremembered victory, his sacrifice woven so completely into the fabric of reality that none who lived within it could ever know the cost that had been paid. Yet the balance endured, and that, in the end, was enough. Several days passed, and in those days, the wizarding world carried on with the calm assurance of a realm that believed itself secure. For no bells rang out from the ministry, no public alarm spread through Diagon Alley, no owls flew in panicked swarms between old houses and guarded offices, and no whisper moved through the halls of Hogwarts to suggest how near the past the ordinary rhythm of magical life endured with such complete composure that one might have thought the world had not stood at the edge of alteration at all. And perhaps that was the strangest mercy of all, that those who had been preserved were permitted to go on without the burden of knowing how nearly the shape of their lives had been stolen. Yet beneath that quiet surface, hidden from public sight and discussed only behind sealed doors, the ministry labored without rest. Kingsley Shacklebolt kept the matter as narrow as possible, not from secrecy born of pride, but from necessity, because what had occurred beneath Grimold Place could not be entrusted to rumor, committee, or eager speculation, and because any written description, detailed enough to be useful, also ran the risk of becoming dangerous in the wrong hands. The captured followers of Septimus Vale were separated at once, questioned under strict supervision, and found to possess far less understanding than they had believed. They knew fragments, symbols, passwords, and promises. They knew that Vale had offered them not merely power, but correction, and had spoken to each according to weakness, to one of blood, to another of grief, to a third of ambition, until each became convinced that by serving him, they would help restore something denied to them by the present age. Yet when pressed beyond those scraps, they faltered, for few of them had grasped more than the smallest edge of the design they had helped advance. This knowledge was useful, though not comforting. Vale, it became increasingly clear, had built his circle as a man builds scaffolding around a tower he alone intends to enter, and he had left them with enough purpose to be dangerous, but not enough understanding to become rivals, which made them not masters of a dark plan, but instruments of one, and in that Kingsley saw again the cold precision that had marked the man. The name Septimus Vale soon returned to ministry records that had once been blurred, altered, or buried. Files that had stood incomplete now resolved themselves. Dates aligned, signatures reappeared. The history of the old Department of Mysteries inquiry, long twisted by tampered memory and failing documentation, emerged at last in a fuller and more coherent form, though even then it remained far from complete. There was proof that Vale had indeed worked on temporal containment during the final years of the First War, proof that his research had advanced more quickly than most of his superiors understood, proof that he had vanished amid circumstances too delicate for public record, and proof, most troubling of all, that a small cluster of unsanctioned experiments had been conducted outside official oversight under the justification of wartime necessity. What there was not, despite all efforts, was any clear record of the final safeguard that had undone his work. Kingsley found this gap again and again. References ended where explanation ought to have begun. Certain pages contained the faint traces of removed names, yet when examined by every honest method available, they yielded nothing further. A set of notes, recovered from an old private archive at Grimold Place, contained a sketch of concentric runic rings, and beneath them a single line in Minerva McGonagall's hand, sharp and decisive as ever. If concealment fails, the witness must decide. But there was no witness named, no attached memorandum, no follow-up notation, and no obvious reason why such a line should stand alone. Kingsley read it 3 times in his office, one evening, while rain pattered against the window panes and the ministry below him hummed with the weary industry of those working later than was wise. He set the parchment down and leaned back, troubled by the same old absence that had visited him since the night at Grimold Place, an absence no record could define and no thought could fully seize. It was not ignorance in the simple sense, because he knew there had been a final act, knew that the restoration of events had required agency, sacrifice, and resolve, and yet all those facts stood without their center like a wheel missing its hub. He rose at last and crossed to the window. Below, the city lights shone through the rain, warm and steady. Somewhere beyond them, families were at supper, students were complaining over essays, shopkeepers were locking doors, and owls were crossing the dark between rooftops with messages of no great consequence. The world continued in perfect innocence. "There should be a name," he said softly to the empty office. No answer came. The next morning he went to Hogwarts. The castle received him as it always had, with ancient calm wrapped in moving staircases, murmuring portraits, and the subtle sense that stone itself watched more wisely than many living eyes. Professor McGonagall met him in her office, older now, sterner in face but not in heart, and after the brief formalities, she dismissed them both by sitting down, without fuss, and saying, "You would not have come merely to exchange pleasantries, Kingsley, so pray spare me the ministry preamble and tell me what is wrong." He did so as plainly as the matter allowed. He spoke of Vale, of Grimold Place, of the hidden chamber, of the altered records now restored, and of the line found in her hand among the recovered notes. He did not embellish, for she had no patience for that, and he knew her intelligence required none of it. When he repeated the sentence aloud, "The witness must decide," she said, and for several moments she was silent, her gaze turned not toward him, but somewhere beyond the office wall, as though listening to a corridor of old thought. "Yes," she said at length, "that does sound like me." Kingsley sat opposite her. "Do you remember what it referred to?" McGonagall folded her hands. "No," she said, and the lack of hesitation in the answer made it all the more significant. Not in any concrete way, which I find profoundly irritating because I dislike gaps in memory when there ought not to be gaps. "You feel it too, then?" She gave him a sharp look. Feel what? That something is missing. A quiet fell between them. At last she inclined her head once. Yes, she said, though I could not have named it until you did. Kingsley produced the parchment and set it before her. She read it, without touching it at first, then lifted it, studying the angle of the ink, the force of the pen, the spacing of the letters. This was written in haste, she said, not panic, but urgency. I was making a note for myself, perhaps from a conversation that I expected to revisit. She frowned, and yet I never did revisit it, or if I did, the memory has been taken from the ordinary track of thought. She set the parchment down with care. There are spells, she said slowly, old and highly unpleasant spells, by which knowledge can be shifted out of common recollection without being wholly destroyed, though I cannot think of many circumstances in which Albus would have sanctioned such a thing, unless the danger were extremely grave. Kingsley's eyes narrowed slightly at the way she had said Albus, not Dumbledore, as one speaks of a friend rather than a legend, and in that familiar note he heard, "You think he sanctioned it?" "I think," said McGonagall, "that if such concealment was used, it was used with care, reluctance, and purpose, and probably at a time when the war had narrowed the field of acceptable options." Her gaze sharpened. "Do not mistake me, Kingsley. I am not defending what I cannot remember. I am merely telling you the sort of circumstances under which I might have participated." He nodded. "Then you believe the missing witness was real?" McGonagall's face, stern though it remained, softened by 1 degree. "I believe," she said, "that the sentence on that page would not exist otherwise. That should have been enough, and yet it was not." Kingsley found himself asking the question before deciding to do so. "Have you any sense of who it was?" McGonagall looked down at the parchment once more. Rain hissed softly at the window. Somewhere outside, a distant shout of students at practice drifted faintly over the grounds. Then she said, "No, only that if someone accepted such a burden, then he or she was very brave." The simplicity of it struck harder than many grander words might have done. Kingsley remained at Hogwarts through the afternoon, consulting with a few carefully chosen archives, walking once through a corridor that overlooked the Black Lake, and spending longer than necessary in the old trophy room where the castle's memory of war and victory seemed polished into brass and silver. Yet nowhere did he find the shape of the missing name, though the sense of it stayed with him like the pressure of a hand just withdrawn. Before leaving, he passed the entrance hall at twilight and paused by the great doors. Students were crossing the flagstones in clusters, laughing, arguing, hurrying towards supper, their robes swinging about them, their worries immediate. Among them strode a boy in untidy hair, carrying far too many books, a girl scolding him for nearly dropping one. 2 younger students whispering over a parcel from home, and an older girl staring dreamily out toward the rain-dark grounds, as though listening for something beyond hearing. None knew how many times Hogwarts had stood within the path of great danger. None knew how much had been spent to allow them this ordinary evening. Kingsley watched them a while, then, for the briefest instant, he had the oddest impression that another figure moved among them. Not a student and not truly present, but a man pausing near the far archway with rain-dark hair and a coat the color of old ash, watching the hall with quiet affection before turning away. Kingsley stiffened. The impression vanished at once. He crossed the hall in 3 swift strides and found only empty flagstones, drifting torchlight, and a portrait of a medieval wizard snoring in his frame. "Minister?" asked a prefect nearby, startled by his sudden movement. Kingsley composed himself at once. "Nothing," he said. "I thought I saw someone." The prefect, taking this for an ordinary question of school security, hurried off to inspect the side corridor, but Kingsley remained where he was, his pulse altered by something he could neither explain nor recover. A trick of exhaustion, perhaps, a shadow, a wish given the shape of sight. Yet as he left the castle and descended the steps into the evening, he carried with him not only the old absence, but also the faintest thread of something gentler than unease. Not memory, never that, but gratitude without an object. Weeks later, the matter of Vale's followers was concluded as fully as such matters ever are. Some were imprisoned, some subjected to long inquiry, and 1 or 2, broken more by disillusion than punishment, gave up additional caches of correspondence and hidden objects before sentencing. Several dangerous a handful of tampered documents were corrected. The chamber beneath Grimold Place was sealed beyond ordinary discovery by means so layered that none would enter it again by accident. Of Septimus Vale himself there came no sign, though once, in a confiscated notebook written by one of his lesser adherents, Kingsley found a single line copied from Vale's hand. "The world is guarded most securely by those it does not remember." Kingsley stared at the sentence for some time before ordering the notebook locked away. He did not know whether it had been written in mockery, resentment, or reluctant admiration, and perhaps Vale himself had not known either. Spring moved slowly towards summer. The rain lessened, London brightened. The wizarding world turned its attention, as it always does, toward fresh concerns, examination schedules, shop repairs, Quidditch gossip, ministry appointments, the 1,000 mild frictions by which peaceful years announce themselves, and somewhere beyond all record, unheld by photograph, parchment, or common thought, the cost of that peace remained what it had become, real, complete, and invisible. Yet sometimes, very late, when the ministry corridors had fallen quiet and the city beyond his office had dimmed to a scatter of lamps, Kingsley would find himself looking up from his work with the strong and unshakable sense that someone had once stood beside him in a darkened room and chosen, without witness and without reward, to keep the world as it was. He never found the name, but he never again doubted the choice. Years passed, as years always do, not with grand declarations, but with the quiet certainty of days unfolding into one another, each carrying its own small burdens and modest joys, until what had once seemed immediate and urgent settled into the distant fabric of history, known in outline, debated in lecture halls, and remembered in ways the wizarding world prospered in its uneven but enduring fashion, for peace, once earned, does not perfect a society, but it grants it the chance to grow, to falter, to correct itself, and to move forward without the constant shadow of war pressing upon every decision. Kingsley Shacklebolt remained at the head of the ministry, his leadership steady, his judgment tempered not only by experience, but by the quiet awareness that some dangers do not announce themselves with banners or curses, but emerge instead through subtle shifts, unnoticed until they gather enough weight to alter the course of events. He governed with vigilance, yet without fear. And though he never spoke publicly of the night beneath Grimold Place, The lessons of it lived in his choices, guiding him toward caution when others urged haste, and toward resolve when hesitation threatened to weaken necessary action. The matter of Septimus Vale faded from public concern, though never entirely from private watchfulness. There were no further disturbances of time, no whispers of altered memory or misplaced events, and though a handful of minor incidents stirred unease from time to time, none bore the mark of the deeper, more dangerous design that had once come so close to completion, whether Vale had abandoned his purpose or merely withdrawn to wait once more. None could say, and Kingsley, wiser now than to assume an enemy's end without proof, kept the possibility in mind without allowing it to shape his days. Grimold Place remained as it had been, silent and largely unused, its long corridors holding the echoes of lives that had passed through them, its rooms preserving the faint imprint of the hidden chamber below was sealed beyond discovery, its entrance erased, its existence known only to a very small number, and even among those few, its true nature remained difficult to articulate, for the absence at its heart resisted clear description, as though the world itself declined to give it form. And yet, for all that had been forgotten, not everything was entirely lost. On certain evenings, when the light faded slowly and the air held that quiet stillness which sometimes settles over places rich in memory, a subtle presence could be felt within the old house, not in the manner of a ghost, for there was no lingering spirit bound to its walls, nor in the manner of an enchantment, for no spell had been left behind to echo its creator, but rather as something gentler and more elusive, like the faint warmth of a fire long extinguished, still lingering in the stones that once held it. It was not something that could be pointed to or named. It did not disturb the air or shift the shadows. It simply existed, unnoticed by most, and yet not entirely absent. Years after the events that had passed beyond memory, a young witch stood in the drawing room of Grimold Place, her wand held loosely at her side as she examined the long table that stretched across the center of the room. She had come at the request of the ministry, tasked with cataloging the remaining contents of the house before its final disposition was decided, and though she approached her work with diligence, she found herself pausing more often than expected, as though the room held a significance she could not fully explain. There was nothing remarkable in what she saw. The table bore only the marks of age. The chairs stood in quiet disarray. The walls were lined with fading portraits that muttered softly among themselves. And yet, as she moved around the table, her hand brushing lightly against its surface, she felt a strange and fleeting impression, as though the room had once been filled with voices, not in chaos, but in purpose, a gathering of minds united by a shared resolve. She frowned slightly, though the feeling did not linger long enough to trouble her. "It must be the history of the place," she murmured to herself, making a note upon her parchment. She continued her work, moving methodically through the room, cataloging objects, noting conditions, preparing the house for whatever future awaited it. When she finished, she gathered her things and turned toward the door. For a brief moment, as she crossed the threshold, she paused. Something, no more than the faintest sensation, touched her awareness, not a sound, not a movement, but a quiet impression, like the sense of being watched by something not unfriendly, something that held no threat, only a presence that did not seek recognition. She turned back. The room stood as it had before, unchanged, silent, empty. She smiled faintly, though she could not say why, and then she left, closing the door behind her. The house settled once more into stillness. Elsewhere, beyond the reach of ordinary perception, beyond the bounds of memory and record, beyond even the quiet spaces where history sometimes leaves its echoes, there remained a trace of something that could not be entirely erased, not because it resisted the laws that govern time, but because it had fulfilled them so completely that it had become part of their foundation. Alaric Thorne did not exist within the world as it now stood. No book recorded his name, no portrait bore his likeness, no living mind held the memory of his voice, his face, or the choices he had made, and yet the world he had preserved bore the shape of those choices in every unaltered moment, in every life that continued along its rightful path, in every quiet day. If there was any place where such a life might be said to endure, it was not in the halls of memory, but in the steady continuity of time itself, in the unbroken chain of cause and consequence that had been restored and held firm by his final act. And perhaps in rare and fleeting instants, when the world grew still enough to listen, there came a sense, faint but undeniable, that something unseen stood watch over that continuity, not as a guardian in the ordinary sense, but as a presence woven so deeply into the fabric of reality that it required no recognition to remain. The last knight of the Order of the Phoenix had no monument. He had no story told in the light of day. He had no name spoken in gratitude or remembrance. But the world endured, and that was the ending he had chosen.